Hello, everybody. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Um, I don't know if people are still going to go ahead and join, but please feel free to share the link so that um we can all benefit from this. I'll go ahead and introduce myself. My name is Simi. I'm the lead consultant for Citadel Global Immigration. And today we're going to be talking about everything that has happened from January 2024 up until this period with regards to the immigration changes and how it impacts you if you're a newcomer in Canada, or you're looking to come to Canada. We're also going to be talking about the study permit process and how you can, strengthen your application in 2025 because a lot has changed. It's not the regular, smuggler. It's not the regular kind of application that we just put in and, we hope for the best. This time around, you have to be very, 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 very strategic with regards to your application if you're looking to study in 2025. We also have a talent solutions manager, an HR specialist, an advisor that would also be sharing if you're looking to come into Canada as a foreign worker, or you're in Canada and you're just wondering how best to get a job. He's going to be talking more about what you need to be focusing on, how to tailor your resumes, what kind of jobs you need to be applying for, the in-demand occupation that are available right now in Canada, in Alberta. He's currently in Alberta, so he might focus more with regards to Alberta health services and what they're looking at in general. So again, it's going to be very, very beneficial. I'm going to rush through, well, not rush through, but I'm going to put in as much information for you guys as possible with regards to the key immigration policies. But I really want you guys to benefit more on in the strategies, what you need to be doing for 2025 if you're looking to come to Canada in 2025. And for those that are here, what's the next step? Right, for you, this is, if you're still in school, this is the time for you to start planning. You should not wait until you're ready to graduate before you know what you're doing. You need to have a plan in motion. You need to have strategies that you intend to work with by the time you graduate. So all of those things we're going to talk about as we start. Okay, so if you have questions, I'm also going to take, so I'm going to do my session first, and then I'm going to have George, who is the talent solutions specialist, to also talk about, give you guys his own presentation on the job requirements and all of that good stuff. And after that, maybe we'll take questions after everything was over. We'll see how that plays okay? So, I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen. You guys just let me know when you can see it. And if you guys just want to put it in the group chat where you're joining from, so that I can align myself accordingly. So I'll share my screen. You just let me know when you can see it. Give me one moment. Okay. Can you see my screen, everybody? Okay. All right. Okay, I already introduced myself, but my name is Simi, the founder of Citadel Global Immigration, and I'm a foreign trade lawyer, and I currently practice as an immigration consultant. We have today, like I said, George, and who is an accomplished HR professional with over 10 years experience in HR, talent acquisition, case management, and labor relations within educational, production, government, and healthcare institutions. He has a bachelor's in criminology, a master's in human resource, and is currently completing his doctorate in education. So is quite loaded. He's very informative about what he does, and he knows a lot about the tips and the tricks that you need to be applying if you're looking to come into Canada or you're looking to apply for a job in Canada. Okay. Um, so again, just for housekeeping, please ensure that your internet connection is stable, and note that every information that we are sharing on here is only for informational purposes. None of it is supposed to pose as a legal advice, because everyone is different, and we always have to abide by confidentiality agreement. So if you do, for some reason though, you feel like you need to speak to me in private, or you need to share your information, please, or you want to ask a question in the webinar, please make it as generic as possible, so that everybody can learn and benefit from it. And if you have specific inquiries, just send us an email at admin@citadelglobalagency.com for your questions to be answered, and we can book a consultation for you. Okay. Also, if you're just joining, and I guess this would not apply to you guys, but if you're telling anyone to join in, please let them know to mute themselves upon entry, although I think that we have that auto mute anyways, but please, anyways, just make sure you let them know. Also have your questions ready for the Q&A session, which we will take after myself and after George's session, which will be the last session of today. Okay. Um, we're a licensed immigration consultancy for those who may not know us. We're licensed to do what we do. We're regulated by the CIC, the College of Immigration, Citizenship Canada. And we specialize in admission in a lot of services, from admission processing, UK, Canada, study permits, visiting visa, PR applications, family sponsorship, PR application review, and all of that good stuff. Everything with regards to immigration is what we do. So if you feel like you need any assistance whatsoever, just send us an email. I'll be happy to assist you. So today we're going to be talking about some of the pathways that you may have as an international student, and how you can also just benefit from it, because it's very important as an international student that you know the pathways that are available in Canada, especially those ones that are available in your province of study. There's a lot of provincial streams that you may actually benefit from, and the only thing that may be stopping you is the active knowledge, right? So that's something that you want to make sure that you empower yourself with. Get information, as many information. If that means booking one consultation with this consultant, with this lawyer, as many information, no knowledge is wasted, like they always say, right? So make sure that you get that information so that you can know the best strategy that works for you and your family. Okay. So today I will be going over the key immigration policies that have now been put in place for students. I'll talk about the postgraduate work permits, eligibility requirements, and the current changes. I will also talk about how you want to navigate your PR pathway as an international student, and some of the eligibility and documentation required if you're looking to come into Canada in 2025. Some of the things that you want to make sure that you have in place. And I think I'm going to start with that first. Actually, no, I'll start with the key immigration policies, and then we'll go on. After that, we'll talk about the finding a job, which will be handled by George, and we'll talk about the occupation in demand as well. So what are the key immigration policies that we have in place? So earlier, I believe that was in September, there was an adjustment to the immigration level plans for Canada. And now this plan would relate with the PR plans. But now for the first time, we have plans that target temporary residents, residents, those who are looking to come in either as an international student, as a worker. All of you are all categorized as temporary residents. So all of that. There is a plan for the amount of people that they are looking to welcome in Canada. So I'll talk about what remains vital for you to know as an international, especially once you're done graduating. Um, Obviously, we know that Canada is focusing more on reducing the amount of people that are actually coming to Canada. So it's very important that you have the best strategy. And what they're doing right now is basically to select the best and the best of the best of the best to get permanent residence, and even the ones that are coming into Canada. And which is why you see that if you're in Canada, a pathway like Canadian Experience Class, which is applicable to those, which is available for those that have studied in Canada and are gaining a 1 year experience. You don't even have to have studied in Canada. If you have a 1 year experience in Canada in specific tiers, you will be eligible for the Canadian Experience category under Express Entry. But now, and in the past, we've seen that the Canadian Experience Class was usually the lower scores, lower draws that happen. The cutoff score was usually very low, which allows for a lot of people to transition as international students or workers to permanent residents. But now we're seeing that at least at that time, if you had like a bachelor's degree, you have a work permit, and you do a 1 year work experience in Canada, basically again in tier 0, 1, 2, or 3, you have an averagely relatively good score in your English test, you would actually be qualified to create your Express Entry profile and also receive an invitation to apply for permanent residence. But that's not the case anymore. Right now, we're seeing that, and back then, I should mention, if you had scores like maybe 425, 440, it was enough for you to secure an invitation to apply. But right now we're looking at 500s, and not even just 500 on the dot. We're looking at least you should be having like 530, 520, 540 in order for you to secure your permanent residence invitation. But now, so it's very important that you now know you add on to the skills that you have. And we'll talk about some of the ways that you can increase your points if you're already here in Canada. So basically, all of that is to say that the expectation right now and the goal for Immigration Canada is that they want to select the best of the best. And one of this, I'll talk about some of the changes now that also aligns with that path that they're going with, right? So, one of the things that they mentioned is that there will be a reduction in the intake cap of international students. We didn't have that before. As many people as possible that can come that are looking to study, you can go ahead and study. Now they're saying that for 2025, there's a reduction for the target of 485 that they had before earlier on as at May 2024. We're seeing that 2025, they're going to be reducing that further by 10%, which means they're looking to issue study permits to 437,000 people, which is very, very small, very, very small. If you look at how many people, the demographics of people that actually come into Canada, we're looking at those that are coming from Africa, Nigeria, Ghana, South Africa, looking at those that are coming from Asia, the Chinese, the Koreans, all of that. And you look at India as well, there's just a lot of people, a lot of demographics, that 437,000 thousand study permits to be issued is not enough. I think even one country or two countries can easily fill this cap, this allocation that they have. So what does this mean for you? This means that if you're looking to come into Canada in 2025, you have to bring your A game. There's no time and there's no rush to this. That's also one of the things that I want everyone to get out if you're looking to come in to Canada in 2025, or people that are looking to come in 2025. There is no rush to this. It's very important that you have your strategies in place before you even think about coming. So that's that. For those who are already in Canada, there was obviously an update to postgraduate work permit, which means that, and I'll go into details about the specific changes that have happened with that. So for postgraduate work permit, now again, all of this was irrelevant earlier not earlier this year, they probably had it in mind, but as at last year, 2 years ago, Nobody cared whether what postgraduate work permit eligibility requirements is, except for the fact that, you go to school, you make sure you maintain full-time status as a student, and after that, you get your postgraduate work permit. There was nothing like English test required. There was nothing that's been studying in a field of eligible occupation, which I'll talk about. There was nothing like that. But now there's also a limitation. Again, all aligning with the points that you'll have to come in with the A game. And Canada is looking to select the best of the best of the best. And they don't mind if people come in to spend thousands of dollars here to get an education and only for you to have to go back home. They really don't care about that anymore. In the past, Canada was looking to welcome as many immigrants as possible. But now there's a lot of, you can say, also political influence into this, but all of this is just to reduce the amount of people that are coming in with as a result of the increase and the demand and the inflation with housing prices. All of that is just to reduce that, and also the amount of frauds that are happening. They're only trying to reduce the amount of people that are coming into Canada, the amount of people that are remaining in Canada, that would, so that they will give room for the people that are here. So we have that. Now there's also the work permits eligibility for spouses. Okay, so we know in the past, if you're also following us on Instagram, you might have heard us say this as well and share this. Earlier this year, back in January, for students, you had to come in, back in January, if you're looking to apply for March, you needed to have like your attestation letter, provincial attestation letter, and whatnot. And at that time, the only people that at the time where they make the changes. So the first change was, okay, if you're looking to come into Canada as a student, you can no longer just apply with a regular admission letter. You need that provincial attestation letter. If you're looking to study undergrad, an undergraduate degree or a postgraduate diploma certificate program, you needed that attestation letter. And in the past, obviously the benefit of also coming to Canada was that you could bring your spouse. But now that's been limited. So earlier this year, they said only people who were doing masters and doctorates could bring their spouse. But now, back in September, they've changed that again, which means that the spouses of master's degree students would only be eligible for work permit if their spouse, the student here, is doing a 16 months program or more in duration. So it's no longer applicable to all master students anymore. You have to be studying at least 16 months. Your program has to be for at least 16 months in duration before you can bring your spouse. So that's another shocker. Obviously, they're also limiting it for those who are coming with bringing their spouse for work. So maybe if you have a work permit, you can only bring your spouse if you, as the principal applicant working in Canada, is working in an occupation, a management profession, or a management or professional occupation, and most likely even in sectors that have like a shortage. So that's one thing for you to also be aware of. So the key policy updates, I've broken this down in respect to the update for international students, the update for workers, and then we'll go with, and I think I have the one for visitors as well. So we know that as of January 2024, there was an increase in proof of funds by almost 100% double. So in the past we had 10,000, now we have like 20,000 for a single applicant, and it increases from there on out if you're looking to come with your family. Like I said, you also had provincial attestation letter for not just undergraduate students. But now, back earlier on in January, this was only required for those who were doing a bachelor's degree or postgraduate diploma. Now they've included masters and PhD students looking to study in 2025. So you see that all of these things that I'm saying is just, or all of these policies is aligning with the fact that they're trying to reduce the amount of people that are coming. Whether or not it's political, we can discuss about that on a political platform. But this one, for what it's worth, immigration is focusing on those they know that they can benefit from, those that will contribute significantly to the economy. It's no longer fit for all. It's only fit for the best of the best. And now, as an international student, which is a good thing, working hours before you only could work 20 hours per week. Now you can work 24 hours per week, which is a good thing. And that's already in effect as of, I think that was November 15th. So if you're an international student, you can up your hours by an additional 4 hours. Also, one key thing that you want to keep in mind is if you're looking to apply to change schools, whether it's you, your kid, or your friend, whatever that situation may look like, if you're looking to apply to change schools within Canada, you're now required to apply for a new study permit. In the past, all you needed to do was just to change your school sometimes, and you may at least I changed my school at the time when I moved to Canada, and I can tell you for a fact that even when it was a requirement that you had to update immigration, that you were changing your school just by web form, by simple step or submitting a web form, I didn't even do that, and obviously I didn't have a problem. But now, to change a school, not only do you have to submit your web, not only is the requirements that you have to submit your web form, you need to apply for a study permit. So it's no longer, I'm just going to change my school. You need to apply for a new study permit if you're looking to change your school in Canada. And that's already in effect. Okay, so like I said, the other thing is work permits eligibility would only be available to spouses of master's degree whose program is at least 16 months in duration. So if you're looking to come with your spouse, just doing a regular master's, which could be like 8 months, 12 months, is not enough. For you to be able to bring them, your program has to be for at least 16 months in duration. Okay. All right. So the key changes to postgraduate work permits, open work permits as well. So as of November 1st, 2024, and this is applicable to everybody. As of November 1st, 2024, if you're looking to apply for postgraduate work permit after November 1st, 2024, you need to do the English test. And this English test score will be based on what kind of institution you graduated from, whether it's a university or whether it's a college. So if you graduated from a university, you need to complete your English test and attain a level of CLB7. But do not stop there, because remember that this test is also a test that you can use for your PR application. And remember, this test is only valid for 2 years. So if you're one that already has an experience back home, a foreign work experience, and you intend to just maybe to add to your point, you just want to gain 1 year Canadian experience so that after that you can apply for PR or provincial nomination. In order to increase your chances, do not just aim for the minimum. Please, please, I always advise my clients that you need to at least get an average of an 8 in all sections of the test to stand a chance. Because like, remember I mentioned earlier on that this is not only for it's not just okay, I'll just do the bare minimum. It's more competitive than that. And now, right now is the time for you to up your game. If you need to learn French to increase your score, this is the time to do that. You need to do that. If you have a child in school here in Canada, I would suggest you start to let them know the importance of learning French, because again, it is no longer business as usual. This is for the executives. So you need to make sure that you have all that information, you start to develop those strategies and you work towards that. Okay. So if you graduated from university, the minimum is CLB7. Okay. And I say minimum because, like I've explained before, you want to make sure that you are aiming for the best, so that, especially if you don't want to wait too long, you don't want to have to redo the English test, you want to make sure that you have the best English test for start. Because the good thing about this test is that it's the general test. It's not an academic version of the test. You need to do the general test, and the general is what is required for the PR purposes. So make sure that you have that in mind. If you graduated from the college, again, just because of postgraduate work permits, the minimum is CLB5, but if your goal is to apply for PR, please and please make sure you're aiming for at least an 8 in all sections of the test, because your English test can also play a lot in how much points that you get. So, and also you have to do a holistic assessment of yourself. What's your age? Are you married? What's your highest level of education? Because that will tell what kind of score you need to be looking at. So that's very important. That would also play into whether or not you need to even be aiming for a 10 or you want to aim for an 8. I wouldn't suggest anybody to be aiming for a 7 if you're looking to study, even for international students again, okay? Now, I think there was a bit of confusion about some of these things. The next point, if you applied for study permit after November 1st, then you would be eligible. You would only be eligible for work permits of up to 3 years if you graduated for masters, if you graduated from a field of study that is linked to occupation in demand. So there is a code, there's a whole list. So for now in 2024, they're looking at the STEM, they're looking at healthcare, they're looking at trades, they're looking at transport, they're looking at agriculture. So, and if you graduated, if you're looking to apply for, let me say that again. If you're looking to apply for study permits from here on out, from November 1st, if you're looking to apply for that, you need to make sure, you need to make sure that you're graduating in an eligible field of occupation, if you want to get that 3-year work permit. This does not apply to those that are already in Canada studying. So if you're already studying in Canada, the only thing that you need to be aware of is the English requirement for the postgraduate work permit. But if you're looking to, and that your postgraduate work permit does not need, for you to qualify, you don't need to have graduated in an eligible field of occupation. I hope that's clear. So you only need to worry about field of occupation if you are applying for study permit after November 1st. And might I add that in 2025, the occupation is going to change. The occupation classification, the occupation in demand is going to change. We already know that STEM is not going to be added to occupation in demand. So again, strategy, even though STEM is not going to be added, I still strongly believe that provinces will always be in need for STEM. So if you're in any of that category, then your pathway, your pathway might be to look at provincial nomination. Okay. So I think I already talked about the work permit eligibility that will only be applicable to spouses who are in foreign workers who are in occupation that are either professional in nature, managerial in nature, and obviously or occupations that are in labor shortages. Okay. So key changes to visitor/workers. Know that, so earlier on during COVID process, visitors could transition easily in Canada as visitors to workers. You don't have to leave the country. You can do that. You can do that within the country, okay, as long as you have the job offer from the employer. But right now, that is no longer, as of August this year, you can no longer do that. You can no longer come into Canada as a visitor, hoping to get a job, and then transition as a visitor to a worker. You can no longer do that. So please bear that in mind. Also, if you're looking to apply for job offer, as of which I think maybe George can talk more about that, but as of now, November 8th, 2024, the provincial and the territorial wage has been increased by 20%. What that means is that there was a provincial wage requirement that is required for anybody who's looking to offer you a job. They had to offer you a job either at that provincial wage or more. So and obviously that would determine what kind of wage stream that you apply, whether it's a high wage or a low wage. But know that, and this is all updated on CIC website, but So whatever province that you're looking at, there's a provincial wage threshold now that has been increased that your employer has to meet or surpass in order to qualify for a job offer condition. So also know that one thing that I do want to mention is that in the past, if you're looking to apply for a low wage, your work permits, the duration, the job offer that is given to you can be as long as 2 years. So the time period for the employment can be for 2 years. But right now, if you're doing a low wage position, which again, like I said, is on CIC website, depending on your job, this will be relevant to those that are looking to apply for provincial nomination. And it's important that you know that, and those that are looking to apply for nomination through LMIA process. So if you're in that position, you want to make sure that you're aware of that. Okay. Okay. So any questions with regards to that, or do I just go ahead? Let me see. All good, everybody? Okay, if you have any questions, like I said, for those who may be coming in, if you have any questions, please put it in the chat box. I'm gonna go ahead and take that once I'm done with I'll try to take that off actually once I'm done with my session rather than just putting everything afterwards, okay? And I'll be as quick as possible. So okay, strategies to adapt for a successful study permit application in 2025. Let me say this. If you're looking to come into Canada as a worker in 2025, or if you're looking to do LMIA, so yes, right now, immigration is dwindling down on, those times where you're paying for jobs and things like that. It's very, very sensitive period. I'll say that you need to be very careful with that because legally speaking, you shouldn't be paying your employer for work. You shouldn't be paying your employer for work. So as much as I know times are desperate, times are hard, are tough, um, things are desperate, people are getting desperate, you need to make sure that you're very wary of things like that. I know you want to go all, whatever it takes, but please try to find out other pathways that may be viable for you before you go ahead and pay people 20 something thousand, 40 something thousands before you come to Canada. Please, I beg you, I beg you, I beg you, I beg you. Okay. I also want to caution for those that are international students that are coming into Canada, please do not have the intention of coming into, which is what we're going into next anyways. Do not have the intention of coming to Canada as a student only for you to go and claim asylum. Please and please, it's very important that I address this before we go on, because a lot of times now there's a lot of there's rampant news out there right now of the increase of people, international students that are coming into Canada, and after 6 months of study, 4 months of study, they go and claim asylum or refugee. Please and please, I don't want to see any of my clients that we've helped to come into Canada, or those that are looking to come in, with that plan in mind. If I know that that's the plan that you have, it's not going to be an easy discussion that I will have, because there are requirements for study for refugee claimants. And one of the requirements is that your life has to be in danger. The amount of people that I know have done this and has not ended well, it's always good, because a lot of times you come into the country or you hear from people that are already in country. If you're looking at coming into the country, they will tell you, oh, it's an easy process. All you have to do is, and you get to work. That's what the trap, because you get to work doesn't mean that your status has changed as a refugee claimant. Know that as a refugee claimant, there's a lot that goes that you put a stake on that. And I feel like a lot of information needs to be, I try to stay away from talking about refugees because I did that for 4 years. I mean, all well and good. Some people had reasons for it, but I know what goes into it. And I know from the beginning to the end how it can impact your life negatively. Because you think that it's just an easy process when you start the process, and then you realize that you have to wait 2 years, 3 years. You don't have a hearing. And then in that long, you cannot really do anything so much because even the kind of job that you get is already is segmented, even though you have a valid work permit. Because your status in Canada is still temporary. It's based on the fact that whether or not whether or not your refugee claim is going to be approved or denied. So you'll have to be careful with it. And I'm not sure why I'm really hounding on this, but I'm guessing that it's just something that needs to be shared. You know, there's just a lot of that. There's just of that. If you don't have the money to study, please just leave it. Just leave that unless you can get a loan, a verified loan, and you can support yourself. If you don't know how you're going to finish your education, if you don't know how you're going to, some people I know, they get jobs on the side, multiple jobs, just so that they can, pay the tuition fee, which is, there's nothing wrong with that, as long as you're abiding by the 24 hours work hours regulation. If you're looking to come into Canada with a goal in mind that after 3-4 months, let me just get into Canada. And I'm from Nigeria, so I know my people. I know that a lot of the Nigerian clients, a lot of the Nigerian mindset is that some of them at least, is the goal is to come into Canada, whatever it takes. Once I get to Canada, I'll sort myself out. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. Okay? Deportation is very real. It's very, very real. It's very, very. If you don't, let me just say this, and then I'll stop with this and just go on with what I have. If you come, so the process is like this. You come in, you say you want to make a refugee claim. You apply, you submit that claim, your basis of claim. After a certain time, they give you all your documents. You write a story, comprehensive story that tells you that talks about the threats. Remember, I said that it's based on the threatening situation, that your life is not safe in your home country. And because of that, unless of course your life is really not safe, then you can go ahead with that pathway. But if it's not, and you're just hoping for a pathway that will just get you PR, this is what you need to be aware of. Once you submit your basis of claim, you may not be able to get a hearing until another 6, 8, 1 year, 2 years, depending on your province where you're making the refugee claim. Once you make that, you go for the hearing. Make sure that you have all your documentations that you have supported yourself with, that will support your claim. Once that goes, the member will decide whether or not they want to approve your case. If they decide, if it's approved, sweet. If it's not approved, just know that it's not so pleasant from there. You pay the lawyer fee for appeal. That could take 4 months, 5 months, 6 months. If that doesn't get approved, you go for federal court. You go to the federal level. Now you're facing at that federal court, that's your last, basically the last barrier that you have, the last covering that you have before you start looking at ways to remain in the country. Deportation order, the police may be looking for you. Now you have to be running helter-skelter, saying, I don't want to work there. I don't want to, even at that point in time, once the federal court has heard your case and they refuse it, at that point in time, you no longer have your work permits, and everything that you had is no longer valid. Because like I said, the work permit that you got, which was the enticement, is based on the refugee claim. Now, if that was denied, you no longer have the right to work anymore. At that point in time, you are illegal. They give you a deportation. And and all these levels is more money. You're looking at more money. At the time, 4 years ago, at least when I was working at the law firm, for appeal of refugee cases could go about 5,000 thousands Canadian dollars. That's just appeal. If you have to do federal court, you're looking for another 7,000. I'm sure the prices have been hiked by now. And then not to talk about doing a stay, doing a pre-removal assessment. It's not at that point in time, you've ruined everything. Again, this is only beneficial, this is only good if it's you get it approved at the first stage. Even with then, you have to remember everything that you put in your claim. There's situations where people have done refugee claims, and at the end of it, maybe when they're doing PR, maybe in your refugee claim, you claim that you were gay, for example. And then you come later on, 5 years, you've gotten your PR, you now want to do PR, spousal sponsorship, and you're marrying a woman. Immigration is going to go back and dig what you said. And at that point, you are facing misrepresentation, and your PR can be revoked or will even be revoked if they find that you misrepresented yourself, even up to the point of you get citizenship. If you go and apply for something and you put in details that doesn't match what you put in your immigration remembers. That's one thing, and which is why I always tell the clients, if you've been refused an application, you have to always put it there. Don't hope and say that, oh, they may not remember, even though it's been years ago. Please and please address it. Put it in there that this is what you may not need to, if it's years, maybe 7, 10 years ago, you may not need to address it as much as you would have to if you were doing a recent application. But if it's 10 years, just identify that I've been refused this application, so that way you don't get misrepresentation, you don't get called out for misrepresentation and face a ban. Okay, so all of this is to say that plan ahead. If you're looking to come into Canada, make sure you have the resources, the funds on how you're going to finish that education. If things change and for some reason your life is in danger, go ahead and make an asylum claim or refugee claim. That's fine. But don't use it as a means and as an alternative to your PR pathway or a plan, your end goal. No. Okay. So that's that. Plan ahead, get the money ready, make sure you can identify how the money came about. That's also one thing that is very critical. If you're looking to come into 2025, it's very key. Proof of funds is all well and good, but it is not ideal when we don't have an accurate description of the source of the funds. That can be supported by your employment letter, your pay slips. If you have a business, and I'll address this too. A lot of times we have, clients that have businesses, and as a result of their business, maybe the way that things work out in Nigeria is, and I'm using Nigeria and even some other countries, African countries, maybe things work out that you may not have the business registered, you may not have a business account, you may not have an accounting system that shows your invoices, your receipts, so clients. If you're looking to come in 2025 and you're inquiring now, start planning to have that. Have that. You need to start planning, putting things in place so that you can show that. You also need to be making sure that you pay your taxes, because they're looking at things like that now. Your tax slips are going, your tax payments will be valid, will go a long way improving the source of funds. And I know that obviously in Nigeria, sometimes you declare that this is how much you're making so that you don't have to pay. You declare less amount so that you don't have to pay more money. That would not help you if you're looking to come into Canada in 2025. So please and please, there's no, I think with the refusals that we got this year, it dawned on us to know that there's no point sugarcoating things. Some of the information, some of the things that client brought to us, we found out after submitting that this wasn't that way, this wasn't that way. So I'm saying all of these things. So I'm not trying to sugarcoat anything for you guys. This is how it is. And this is why for those who are looking to come in as a student, you have to be ready to do the needful. There is no, I don't have this. Would this really matter? Do I need to really have this? Have everything. Have everything that proves so see, the passion that is with this thing is going along with that. My earrings is dropping. But have everything, please and please. Please and please and please. You need to make sure that you have everything. You're not wasted, especially when it comes to proof of funds. Even people that had a lot of money are being rejected. So please. And how can you do that? How can you make sure that your application is strong? Number one, I put it, your statement of purpose has to be airtight. If you don't know how to write statement of purpose, get somebody that can write it for you. Pay the person that can explain your reason for studying in Canada accurately. In your statement of purpose, you need to talk about your background. You need to talk about your experiences. You need to talk about your proof of funds. You need to talk about how career progression. It's very, very key. Very, very key. Very, very important for you to do. You need to talk about, and when I say career progression, I mean you need to talk about how your career right now, whatever it is that you're doing, how your education, if you already, maybe you're looking to do project management, for example, how is that project management course, master's, diploma, whatever education it is, how is that going to help you in the future? How is that going to show to immigration that indeed you're not plateauing, but you're progressing in your career? This education is going to advance your career ambitions. Make sure that is specifically clear in your application, in your statement of purpose. One page, there's only so much. I say sometimes our clients will provide one-page statement of purpose, even two-page. That statement of purpose is not strong enough. You haven't identified everything that you need to identify. Your background needs to be there, what you did, who are you, your name, your age, your experience, what you do. If you're married, you need to put all of that in that background. You need to talk about the experiences that you have. You need to talk about why you have chosen to study in Canada. Number one, you also have to talk about why you have chosen that specific program. Do not do a lazy job. Do not expect, if you're working with immigration representatives, please do not expect the immigration representative to do everything for you. If you're working with me or you've worked with me in the past, you will know that that's not how we work here. As a standard, we expect you to work collaboratively with us. So what that means is your statement of purpose, you will do the first draft. We will give you the template. We will give you a guide, but you have to fill in the gaps. You have to tell us what you intend to do with the education. You have to tell us what you intend to do after you've completed the education. What is your long-term goal? Even though Canada has the dual intent that allows you to come into Canada and also PR pathways, it doesn't change the fact that when you're looking to apply for study permits, you need to state in that statement of fact how you intend to go back home and use the education you've gained to benefit your home country. So your statement of purpose needs to identify those things. And it also needs to talk about your proof of funds. Your proof of funds, sometimes I know you may have a sponsor and your sponsor might not want to give you all the details of, their finances and all of that. But have an idea of how much should be available. Have an idea. You also should put it in your statement of purpose who the sponsor is and what the sponsor does. And then if you have a sponsor, your sponsor should be willing and ready to write a sponsorship letter. That's very key. And that sponsorship letter, do not just say, I have so and so money and I'm ready to sponsor it. What does that sponsor do? The sponsor must be ready to break those into details. The sponsor has to state, why is this sponsor person? Because it's a lot of money. If you're looking at the living expenses, which is like almost rounded up to 21,000 for a single person and tuition of 18,000. And this sponsor is providing everything. And this person is not your husband, is not your wife, is not your father, is not your mother, maybe your uncle. But what is the benefits to that? Why is this person willing to give you that money? That has to be addressed in the sponsorship letter. Otherwise, it becomes very, shaky. Your sponsor has to be ready to provide their bank details, has to be ready to provide documents that would back up their source of funds. right? So if they're business owners, they need to be ready to give you those business documents. And of course, like I said, your sponsor may not be open enough or may not be willing enough to share those information with you. But whoever is representing you, they should have access to those information. And obviously, if they do, they won't be able to share that with you either. So just be aware of that. Okay. You need to be able to include enough proof of funds. When I say proof of funds, be ready, and you'll see that you have to be this time, 2025. If you don't pay 1 year tuition, don't worry about it. If you're not ready to pay the full tuition for the first 1 year, you're not ready to come to study in Canada. Secondly, besides proving tuition fee, make sure you have a GIC. That GIC is very key, that guarantee investment certificate. You have to be and that goes for your living expenses. Your living expenses, if you're a single person, is about 20,000 plus, 20,600 and something dollars, but maybe 650, 635. Have about 20,000, 21,000. That GIC that you're doing is towards your living expenses. What that means is that on a monthly basis, they will be giving you a monthly allowance. They'll be giving you the money back. If you're not ready to do that, again, you're not ready to come into Canada in 2025. In addition to that, be ready to show that there's availability of the second year tuition if your program is for 2 years in your bank accounts. So don't just leave it as, okay, I've paid the first year tuition, I've paid the GIC, I have the GIC in check. Be ready to show that you have at least that second year tuition, or you have a way of getting it. But there should be money in your accounts. Whether it's for the first semester, the second year, second semester, but there should be money in your accounts. You have to have, and I suggest it has to be that second year tuition. If you're not ready to do that, you're not ready to move to Canada in 2025 as a student. Lastly, your ties to your home country, airtight as well. You have to make sure you show what it is that you're leaving behind. And this is where I say that if you're looking to migrate with your family and the money is already looking somehow, please leave your family behind. Do your own application. Especially if you have kids. Anyways, you can't really bring your spouse if you're doing a postgraduate diploma anyways, unless they want to do a visiting visa. But even if you're trying to do visiting visa with them, I would suggest do your own first. Do yours first. If you're looking to bring your kids, if you don't have that money ready for your family of 3, the proof of funds, please and please don't bother doing that. There's no need for you to just put refusals in the kids' names. Just do yours. It's easier for you to do yours, get your own approval, and then ride on that for your children to come and join you. It's easier that way. But of course, we also face the possibility of things changing, and maybe whether or not they will stop that, we don't know. Okay, but that's strategize with the funds that you have, and that way, when you leave your kids, you're showing the ties. They can be used as ties to your home country. Okay, if you have businesses, make sure you have enough documentation that can get the valuation report for your properties to show that this is the property that you're leaving behind. If you have families, siblings, even though for us, we try to even get supporting letters, affidavits from your siblings, just to show that, these people are involved in your life. Okay. So now, I say all of that for those who are looking to do a fresh application and those who are looking to come into 2025. And if you've been refused study permit application, number one, you need to find out why. And that why doesn't come from the letter that you have, the generic letter that is given to you or that your representative may have shared with you. That letter that detailed discussion or detailed reasons for why your application may be refused, you would need to get that through a GCMS notes. So you need to request for that GCMS loan, which could take about 30 days or even longer to determine why your application was refused. When you do that, at that point in time, you can then prepare for a new study permit application, addressing those, specifically focusing on addressing the concerns that the reviewing officers had mentioned. And yes, I know that a lot of times, I mean, the refusals that we've had this year, a lot of it was just nonsense. It was just not needed. It was just a way for immigration to dilly down, on the amount of people that are coming to Canada, unfortunately. But that's not to say that it's still not possible. Like I said, the study permits in 25, if you do those things that we talked about in the previous slides, then you can comfortably say that I'm prepared for this pathway. This is what I really want to do. And I have all that I need, because even though your application gets refused, and this is something that I want to talk about, even if your application gets refused and you have all the things that we've talked about in the previous slides, you are good. In fact, I would say at that point, there's no need for you to just reapply. Let's just be ready to move to judicial review. And I know, yes, it's a pain, but the reason why this is good is because once you get that refusal, the chances, the probability of the immigration officer to reapprove your application, especially with this day and time, is also low, because they will come up with anything to refuse your application. So what you need to do, if you prepare airtightly, like we've mentioned, if your application gets refused, you're ready to do judicial review. And that judicial review is a good thing, because at that point in time, immigration can send it back and say the member at that point deciding on the case, can send it back and have them redetermine the case. This is a good thing, because now they're aware that you can go to the courts. They know that you had confidence in your application. So more likely than not, they may not refuse that application. So you want to give yourself the best chance. I know judicial review can take, which is why coming to Canada is not something that should be rushed. I hear in the past, we've had people that would say, how can I, maybe they'll call it sometime in March or April or February. How can I make it possible? I want to leave Canada as soon as possible. I want to leave Nigeria as soon as possible. As soon as before the end of the year, I want to have gone to Canada. If you don't have all these things, if you don't have the resources, you don't have the money, there's no need to rush it. There's no need, because judicial review, there's now a new process that streamlines how long it used to take. So before, it could take about 12 months longer, but now with this new streamlined process of judicial review, as long as you're not providing new evidence, which again goes back to making sure that the first application was well prepared. So if you're doing judicial review now, excuse me, under the new stream, it takes about 5 months to process, and you get a decision. Okay, so there is no rush to this thing. Please try to calm down, try to think about your plan and work towards it. We can always, if your application has been refused before, you can also submit a reconsideration request. A lot of times they may not respond, but at least you can do that. That's something, if you don't want to just reapply immediately, especially if you know that the reason was flimsy, there's always that reconsideration request. There's a timeline. Well, not a specific timeline to reconsideration, but you want to do it as soon as you get the decision for the application that you did, so you can ask for reconsideration. They will usually respond within 14 days. If they don't respond within those 2 weeks, then you know that most likely your application has been refused. Your reconsideration request has been refused. So that's that. If you're doing a judicial review, also know that there's a timeline for it. I believe for judicial reviews, you need to, you express your intent, you submit an application for leave within the first 15 days. If you're applying from within Canada, if you're looking to apply from outside Canada, is 60 days. And if you're looking to do judicial review, there will be no need for you to request for GCMS notes, because that automatically comes with it. So you don't need to say, I need to request for GCMS notes before I decide whether or not I want to do judicial review, because time is of the essence, right? So now let's talk about the PR pathways for those that are here in Canada. And I'll rush through this because I've already spent an hour and I don't want to spend too much time. So Express Entry, I want to I want to go with the impression that everyone understands Express Entry, how it works. We have three major pathways under this Express Entry: the foreign skilled worker, Canadian experience, the federal skilled trade. For those foreign skilled workers, this is applicable to those who have foreign work experience of at least 1 year in the last 10 years to be eligible. If you're applying under the foreign skilled worker, you also need to score at least 67 points out of 100 to be eligible to create a profile. So if you're an international student here in Canada and you want to create your profile while you're in school, you want to make sure that you have at least 67 points. And you can do that on cic.gc. You can look at the expression, interest, selection factors, and look at how much score that you would be looking at getting. If you have 67 points out of 100, you would be eligible to create your profile. And this scores is based on different selection factors like your age, your language, your education, your experience, your ties to Canada. If you have a sibling in Canada that is a PR, a citizen, then those are the points, the ways that you get your selection, your score. Okay. And one key, the important thing, like I've said, is that you want to make sure that you have 1 year work experience in specific categories, tier levels. So your work experience has to be either tier 0, 1, 2, or 3 in the past year before you can be able to qualify. So keep that in mind. Now, for those of you who are in Canada and you're looking to apply for under the Canadian experience class, which means that you've gotten at least 1 year experience in the past 3 years, then you can apply for the Canadian experience class. But you have to have done it with a valid work permit. You can't use experience gained during study for this particular pathway. It has to be experience gained while, after you've gotten a valid work permit. And one thing for you to keep in mind, if you're one that already has a family here in Canada, maybe your spouse already has work permit, and they've gotten that 1 year work experience, they also have work experience, rather than wait for you to graduate, they can be the principal applicant for the Express Entry. Create that profile and see what scores you have. Okay. Create that and make sure that you have that score. This needs to be updated. I think I have here the last drawer for the Canadian experience class. So you see why I was saying at the beginning that the last score, the scores right now, even for those who have work experience, we're looking at 539 points. That's a lot. It's a lot. And which is why I say for those who have kids here that are studying, the bare minimum is not enough. So your ideal candidates in the past would have been someone who is in their 20s, will have 1 year work experience, whether or not, and they have good job, they have maybe an 8 in all sections of the test, they would have been able to get an invitation to apply. Now, that's not ideal anymore. Even with someone like that, you won't even get any, you won't have enough points to get an invitation. You're probably in the 440s, and that's enough. It's not enough, unless, of course, you're a French speaker or you work in healthcare. And you see that these and this is why I said that you need to start looking at the healthcare, you need to start looking at occupations that are in demand to determine what kind of job that you're going into. For healthcare occupations, you're saying that the score is 463. Please also keep in mind that by next year, this is going to increase. It's not going to stay this way. As you can see, it's already increasing, because in the past it was in the early lower 400s, you would see, but now it's climbing up. It's climbing up. So which means you need to up your game. If you're looking to do for a healthcare, you better get into it now. Okay. And you can see the Canadian experience class is 547 as of November 13. And back in October, it was 539, which is very, very high. Very, very high. So the only benefits for those who are looking to come into Canada as who are looking to apply under the Canadian experience class, if you're looking to apply, if your score is it's ideal. You want to make sure that number one, you have enough points. Number two, if you can work in these in-demand occupations, you are golden. That's what your game should be. And right now, the good thing about it right now is your experience. Your experience doesn't have to be related to your field of occupation right now for you to qualify for Canadian experience. They haven't done that yet, right? So you may have studied whatever you studied and you get a job in healthcare or in tech. That's a good benefit because we know that those occupations are in demand. So you want to think strategically when you're looking for jobs. Okay. And this is applicable even if you're looking at provincial nomination. Provincial nominations too are looking for they have in-demand occupations, right? At least for Ontario, healthcare is one, software engineers, all these tech people. Education is also another thing, which I think is something that may be added next year. So education assistants, all of those education category, that's something that you probably want to look into because they're in demand. So, that's that. With the Canadian experience, if you have a family, if you have a spouse, have them create the profile before and wait. And always get you and your spouse to do, I always tell my client, get your spouse to do English tests. Get them to do the West evaluation if they don't have education in Canada. Get them to do that. If you have a master's degree, you know that you only need to assess the highest level of your education, which is a master's degree. So get that in place, start working towards that so that you're not stuck. You don't wait until the last minute before you start planning and looking for, strategies for you to get your PR. Okay. So further skill trade, these are some of the trades occupation. You have to have at least 2 years experience in the last 5 years. You need a job offer, and you also the CLB level is also very low. But this is something that you can look at. If you're a cook, if you're a hairstylist, this is actually a federal skill. It's under the occupation of federal skill trades, and the group, the major NOC groups are on there anyways. Okay. So I already talked about the CRS draw as of November 30th. This is what we've seen in the last 2 months or I would say 1 month ago. Okay. And you can see that provincial nomination is also, the draws are still happening, but more importantly, as a French speaker, even French scores are getting higher now. So don't just do the bare minimum. And one thing I want to say about French speakers is that you want to make sure that you just don't just learn it for the sake of passing the test. Because now, if you say that you have the ability to speak French, now they also set up an interview with you to converse with you in French so that they know whether or not you indeed, whether it's you that wrote the test or you can actually speak, you're very conversant with the language. And this is just a link on how I'm not gonna, for the sake of time, I'm not gonna go ahead and do that, but you can always check that on CRS immigrations. Just type it, go on cic.jc.ca, and in their search box, just put in CRS tool and you'll find that. Okay. How you can increase your score. I've mentioned that. Make sure that your spouse, if they're coming with you, make sure that they have their West and you've taken a good English score, you've taken a good English test. You yourself, if you can learn French, please enroll, especially if you're still in school and you're just looking for ways, please try to do that. I actually had one of my students who came into Canada as a student, currently doing a master's, and because of plans to, strategies, again, she's already looking to, she has a French tutor, she's looking to sit for the French test next month, December, by end of the, and she's still in school. She's not completely done with her school, but this is just to get you prepared. So get at, and she did a speed learning for about, I think, 12 weeks. 12 weeks, she enrolled and she's ready to take the test. So please, it's just a matter, I know things is, whether or not it's feasible to do, is a matter of how determined you are to get to the end goal. don't be discouraged. Just do what you have to do. It's only for a short term, and all of this will be a story at the end of the day. Okay, it's just sacrifices. You have to deny yourself a lot of things. You have to spend more time on a lot of things, but with the end in mind. With the end in mind. It's all for the end in mind. Okay. If you get a job offer, you can have an additional 50 points. But that job offer is not your regular, oh, I got a job in Canada. It has to be LMIA based, LMIA approved. Okay. I think I've already talked about this. Right now, French, again, I said this is the categories that are in demand. French language, healthcare, STEM, trade, transport, agri. I know that STEM is going to be removed from 2025. So keep that in mind. Okay. Any questions? Let me see. Okay. No questions, no questions. Okay. All right. Other PLs that you need to be looking at if you're looking to come into Canada is provincial nomination number one. Also, I'll talk about that, but I also want to just talk briefly about about I'm just thinking about the time actually. Uh Yes, this pathways, I just want to talk about briefly. So we'll talk about the provincial nomination, which is available to those who are, in school. If you're an international student, just to give you a general overview of this, if you're an international student, and you're studying in any of the provinces in Canada, obviously, please look at the streams that are available in the streams that are available in your province of education, right? Ontario, like I said, has um different streams, at least 8 streams that are applicable, that are available in Ontario. Now, if you're looking, and they have a direct stream, which doesn't require you to have an express entry profile, you can apply directly, submit an expression of interest. And then when you're submitting an expression of interest, you determine what stream you're looking, whether it's a master's, PhD, or an international student level. For those who are graduating with a diploma or a bachelor's degree in Ontario, you want to be aware that in Ontario, there's a 2-year time limitation for you if you're looking to apply for Ontario. Now, it means that immediately you graduate, you want to, and one of the requirements that they need as an Ontario international student stream, is that you need to have, I want to just find the slides for that. So yes, my apologies. Okay, you need to have 2 years. You need to have graduated within the last 2 years in Ontario, and you need to have a job offer. You need to have a job offer. Now, this is very important. This is where you need to make sure that you're aware of the position that you're being offered and how much your employer is willing to pay you. So, if, for example, let me see if I can just do a quick assessment. I'll just do a quick assessment on the way, just to give you an overview of what I'm talking about, right? And let me know if you can see my screen. And I just want this to be as clear as possible. I want this to be as clear as possible for you guys. For those people, how many people are currently studying in Canada? Can I just have a raise of hands, please? If you're studying in Canada, can I see you just type in yes? Okay, I see one person. I see one person studying in Canada. Is it just one person studying in Canada? Two, okay. Okay, so just two people that are studying in Canada. Okay. So, you want to be aware of what exactly you're looking to do. What province? I did Joka Eniola is one of our clients, so I know that you're studying in Ontario. Abimbola, I know that you're also one of our, well, you used to be. I think you're in Nova Scotia, right? Nova Scotia, Abimbola. Yes, okay. So, all right. So I will use Ontario just as a landmark, right? Just so that you're aware of some of the things that you can, and this is information that is available on your websites, right? So you can see my screen, right? What I'm sharing with regards to Ontario OINP Employer Job Offer International Student Stream. I hope you can. Can you see my screen, please? Thumbs up. Yes, thank you. All right. So, number one, you want to have that job offer. That job offer has to be a full-time, it has to be a permanent position. It cannot be you have to make sure that it can't be a part-time job, right? And it can't be a contract job. It has to be a permanent job. That means, like they said, it has no end date. Now, what's important, what I want to draw your attention to is this low wage level here. Now, for this low wage, what that means is that if you're looking to if you're looking to apply through this stream, and you're looking to, maybe let's put in, for example, data scientist. Now, if you go on jobbank.gc.ca, I don't know if you can see that, but I'm just gonna tell you what I want you to be aware of. Jobbank.gc.ca. If you're looking to apply and you're working and your occupation is going to be in Toronto, for example, the minimum wage that your employer can pay you has to be $27.48, because that's the low wage requirement. If you're an employer, a foreign worker, if you're just a worker in Ontario, that will be different for you, because as an employee, if you're a worker, the requirement is that it has to be a medium wage. So they have to pay you as a data scientist. If your occupation is going to be in Ontario, not only does it have to be 27.48 cents, not only for that's for international students. Let me say that again. For international students, your employer has to be willing to pay you minimum of 20, we'll round it up, $28 to be eligible. So keep that in mind. If you're an employee, if you're a worker in Ontario, your employer has to be willing to pay you at least $49 per hour. That's something that you need to be aware of, because if your employer is not willing to do this, then they will not meet the requirement to, sponsor you, quote and unquote. So they have to meet this requirement. It's a low wage requirement for international students, but it's a median wage requirement for those that are working currently in Canada. If you're a master's student, you don't have to worry about this. If you're a master's student, there is no job offer requirements. As long as you studied in Ontario, you will be eligible for that. See. Okay. So, like I said, your employer has to be ready to meet that. In addition to that, there's also the position has to be based in Ontario, right? It has to be based in Ontario. And one thing I do want you to be aware of there, with regards to your employer is this. Again, this is something that you would have to, your employer will have to submit a form. There's a form that your employer will have to fill out to make sure that they meet all these requirements. But for them to qualify, you have to know that the employer has to be in business for at least 3 years. In Alberta, it's 2 years because Alberta has a similar stream. Okay, it has to be 2 years. It has to be 3 years. The employer has to have been in business for at least 3 years prior to them submitting their application. Okay. And they have to meet revenue requirement. This is very, very important as well. So depending on where your location of job would be. So if you're going to be in Waterloo, for example, now you'll be looking at the revenue for GTA, outside GTA, which is a minimum of $500,000. Your employer has to be willing to, has to be able to meet at least 500,000 in total revenue in in outside of GTA. If they're in GTA, if you don't know what comprises of GTA, just Google it. GTA comprises of Toronto, Durham, Halton, Peel, and all of that, and New York. For outside GTA, you're looking at London, Ontario, you're looking at Windsor, you're looking at Kitchener, you're looking at Ottawa. Those are outside of Ontario's, right? Ontario, right? So, but if you're in the GTA, Toronto, Brampton, Mississauga, Halton, York, $1 million is what is required in revenue that your employer has to have in revenue. Okay. They also have to meet the full-time employment, the PR citizenship and employment. So if they're outside of GTA, they need to have at least three TPR, 3 PR or Canadian citizens that are currently working in that in that company. That Let me say that again. They need to have people, 3 workers that are either Canadian citizens or permanent residents in the company. If they're within the GTA, they need to have at least 5 people, 5 individuals that are at least PR or Canadian citizen for them to be able to qualify. Okay, and it has to be at the location where you work. Okay. So one thing I also want to draw your attention to, so that's for that. For those who are working, and that's again, that's I missed the other requirement, but those things that I just mentioned are the key requirements that can either make or break your application. I also do want to mention that you want to make sure that you maintain a legal status. So even if you have a work permit, okay, let me finish what I want to say and I'll say that now. Even if you have a legal status, so even if you have a work permit and maybe by the time you submit your OINP, you don't have a status anymore, you want to make sure you have at least, you change your work permit is going to expire. Change that status to a visitor's record so that way you are not ineligible. Okay, make sure you have a valid status at the time of your nomination. In Ontario, you can apply if you have a maintained status. That's obviously maybe your work permit has expired, but you've submitted an application for renewal. That's called the maintained status, right? But in Alberta, you cannot have a maintained status and apply for Alberta nomination. You need to have a valid status, not a pending status. Okay. So that's that with that. And I hope I'm clear with that. Let me see. Do I want to talk about, let's see if we can talk quickly about I'll talk more about the employer stream for workers, for those who are looking to come into Canada as a worker. If you're for those who are looking to submit an expression of interest and you're a worker in Canada, in Ontario, then this is something that you also want to have in mind. In amidst everything that I said, the wage is important. The the wage, like I said, for those that are working in Ontario, your median wage is what's they need to offer you that minimum, that median wage. If you go on job bank, the GC.ca, type in the position that is offered, you're being offered, look at the location where you'll be working, whether it's Ontario, whether it's Toronto, whether it's Oshawa, look at that location and look at what the median wage is for that position. That's the wage that your employer has to offer you or higher for them to qualify. Then keep in mind also, if you're looking at that employer, that worker stream, employer job offer, employer stream, you need to also have 2 years work experience in the occupation that you're being offered. So please keep that in mind. Okay. Time is fast spent. Okay, so that's that. With regards to, okay, so we're back here. Let's see what I'm sharing. Okay. I hope you can all see my PowerPoints now. Just thumbs up if you can. Just a thumbs up. Thank you, Sharon. Okay, so I've talked about that. I just did a rough overview so that you know what you're looking at. Master's degree. For master's degree, you have to have graduated in Ontario. PhD, the same thing. You don't need to have a job offer to apply. Just as make sure you're applying within the 2 years that is been that I mentioned for international student. It also applies for master's PhD student. You have to take the English test and you have to have lived in Ontario for the past 1 year in the past 2 years. Obviously, if you're studying in Ontario, you must have lived in, you may be living in Ontario and be ready to prove that documentation for that. Okay. I should also say that if you're looking to do the provincial nomination program, the moment you submit an expression of interest, please make sure you get all your documents ready. Because Alberta, for example, you only have 2 weeks from the time that you apply, and I believe that also applies to Ontario, if I remember correctly, from the moment that you apply for nomination, the moment you get that nomination, you only have 2 weeks to perfect your application. There is no extension that is given. There is no extension that is being given. So please, if you're looking to that's why you have to prepare. If you already know this is what you want to do, then there is no reason why you shouldn't have your documents ready. The only thing at the time that would take time will probably be the employer documentation, which the employer are very aware of how time sensitive it is. So, but you need to, on your own stand, there's no need for you to start just doing your worst. There's no need for you to just maybe thinking about redoing your English test. Make sure you have a reference letter from your previous employer. Make sure you have all of that because you won't have as much time as you think you would. And there is no extension of time to be granted to you. If you miss it, that's it. And you have to wait until another nomination happens, which may be never. Okay, so that's that. I just put some of the targeted occupations in the past that I've had in Ontario for you to understand. Alberta nomination, Alberta Advantage Immigration Program. Obviously, things have changed now. Everything is infused into this AAIP. So now the program has 5 different streams: opportunity streams, the healthcare, the talent, the tech, occupation, and all of that. So you need to make sure that you understand, and there's also requirements when it comes to the kind of work permits that you should have. If you're an international student, I mean, based on what we have, I don't have anybody that is in Alberta, but as in Alberta, postgraduate work permit for you to be to qualify for this direct stream, or not direct stream. For you to be even to be nominated and you're a postgraduate work permit holder, you need to have studied in a relevant occupation that is related to your occupation. You need to have studied in your current job offer that you'll be getting from an Alberta employer has to be related to what you studied in school. That we don't have that in Ontario. But in Alberta, that's very distinctive. Okay, so your job offer has to be related. If you're a postgraduate work permit holder, your job offer has to be related to that's what you studied. Okay, and these are the streams that I mentioned earlier: opportunity stream, express entry, rural, renewal, tourism. And I would say that there's all of this nomination, the allocated numbers, the allocated nominations that they were hoping to give out in these streams have almost been completed. Okay. For if you have a valid LMIA, this is one thing that you can consider. It's good for those, but if you have graduated, like I said, postgraduate work permit, you have to have graduated in the same field as your current occupation. You also need at least 12 months work experience in your occupation in Alberta within the last 18 months. Or you have, if you're in, that's if you're already working in Alberta, you need to have that 12 months. If you don't have experience in Alberta, then you're looking at 24 months in the last 30 months. For those postgraduate work permits, if you're already in Alberta or your whatever place you may be, actually in Alberta, you have to have graduated in Alberta for your postgraduate for you to use this. But for postgraduate work permit holders, you only need 6 months in the last 18 months for your application to be submitted. Okay. And yeah. So actually no. This is the last thing I'm just going to focus on, and we'll take George next. So now the reason why I just want to spend time on this is because I know that sometimes, like for those who are already in Canada, you may be in a situation whereby your work permit is almost expiring. You still haven't secured a pathway to finish to get that experience that is needed. You've created express entry profile and things like that. Now, humanitarian, so that's why I want to talk about this pathway. Humanitarian and compassionate considerations. Now, this pathway is applicable. It's not an alternative immigration stream. It's only for those in extenuating circumstances. So those in circumstances that are like I said, there's no other pathway that is available to them, and they've spent ample time, like almost their entire life in Canada. They have established themselves in Canada. They have families here in Canada. They have children that are even Canadian citizens or permanent residents, or you even have health concerns. This is a pathway that you can consider. For those who have failed refugee applications as well, this is also something that you can also use to regulate your stay. The only thing, so that's just an overview of humanitarian. So the whole point of this application is to appeal emotionally, compassionately to immigration, refugee, to IRCC, to tell them that, this person has been in Canada for 10 years. They have a business, they have kids, they have friends, families, all of that in Canada, and they've been away from their home. For them to return back to their home country will create an undue hardship to them and their family members. As a result, we're asking for you to grant us an exemption to be able to apply for permanent residence within Canada. Okay? So you need to be able to appeal. You need to be able to put your story in a way that tells a compassionate one, that can draw the immigration to you compassionately. If you've been in Canada, if you're a student, you have a bachelor's degree, you had a job in Canada, or you even have a health problem, you have children in Canada, all of those things are things, you're a failed refugee, those are things that you can use to build a very strong, compassionate application. The other thing is the spousal sponsorship. And this is for those who have permanent residents as spouses, those Canadian citizens as spouses, this is something that you can benefit from. You don't have to have been married. If you have a common law partner, for you to qualify as a common law, then your employer, your spouse, you and your spouse must have been living together for at least 1 year together. You have documents to prove that. To show that you're in a relationship, a genuine relationship. A lot of times you find that, and you find that people say, because I have kids with this person, it's automatic. No, that's not how it works. Just because you have you have kids with your partner or your spouse does not automatically mean you will be granted a PR based on that. Okay, so keep that in mind. Documentation is very important. WhatsApp, pictures, all of that is very important to prove the genuineness of your relationship. The other thing you want to be aware of is you may be here in Canada, the person you're looking to sponsor as your spouse on the spousal sponsorship may be in your home country. Okay, so if that's the case, that's still okay. Although I like to advise that if it's possible for your spouse to come in here as a visitor, so that way, once you put in an application for PR, they can also apply for work permit. That's the benefit of that. So that's the only way, besides obviously coming and study. If you're doing a master's and your spouse gets a spousal open work permit, or you're doing LMIA and you get, that's the other open work permit that you can get as through the spousal sponsorship. And you can change that. That's the only time you can also change from a visitor to a worker without issues. Okay, so I just want to put that out there so that you're aware of some of these things in case this is something that you can work towards, or you have situations or people, people that would benefit from this situation. So just a brief overview of those other categories. Now, I'll mention that the caregiver pathway is also available, but we don't know what that is saying. Next year, we already know that they've closed the program that they had before. Next year, this fall, they were supposed to tell us what the new pathway, the caregiver pathway, would look like, but no information. It's already December. There's no telling that this will happen again. But next year, we'll see what would happen. The eligibility requirement, we'll know what is required at that point in time. So that's why I'm not talking about that. When we have more information about that, we can look into that next time, maybe in our next webinar session. Okay, so thank you everybody for listening. If you have questions, drop them in the comment section. Do I want to take that now, or George, do you want to go in? Do you want to share yours?
Yeah, sure. I could go, and then the questions would definitely align in the end, I
Okay.
think.
All right. So if you have any questions, so George is going to go on and make his own presentation on foreign workers, how to secure a job. He's going to talk about that, all the tips and tricks you need to know, the in-demand occupation. He's going to talk about that. For those who missed our introduction, I will go back and say George is a talent solutions manager. He has a bachelor's in criminology. He has a master's in human resource. Is currently doing his doctorate in education, and he has over 10 years of experience working as in this talent acquisition, management, labor relations with educational, production, government, and healthcare institutions. So please join me in welcoming George as he makes this presentation. Thank you. I hope you can share. If not, let me know.
I think I can, yeah.
Okay. So I will mute myself.
Just trying to see if everyone can see my screen.
Not yet.
Yeah. I think I did it wrong. Hold on. Okay. Am I sharing now?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. All righty. Well, thanks for the opportunity and good afternoon, everyone. My name is George, and I'm just here to talk about how to successfully navigate opportunities in Canada. And just on other things you need to know concerning resume preparation, interview preparation, how to put your best foot forward, and also just, putting your uh, navigating those opportunities to be able to achieve success in whatever part of the immigration process you are considering. Okay, so with this session, we'll explore strategies to secure jobs as a foreign national in Canada. We're going to learn about how to craft effective resumes and ace interviews. We're also going to talk about understanding occupations in demand and associated licensing processes. So first one we're going to talk about is strategies to secure jobs as a foreign national in Canada. So a big part of understanding the job market is being able to do your research into the job market trends, or research into understanding what are the gaps in the labor market in Canada, and planning in terms of planning ahead to understand how you can leverage what you know now for the future. So that would involve a lot of strategic alignment towards anticipating those changes with immigration, changes with the supply and demand of talent, and also changes with regards to what can happen a few years down the line. So like a big one right now is the post-COVID recovery within healthcare institutions to be able to fortify their workforce to be ready for another outbreak. So hiring lots of healthcare professionals, lots of professionals that will provide home care services, things like that, to be able to add to what is currently there right now. So you also tasked with utilizing job boards. So Job Bank Canada should be you should have that bookmarked in your on your computer for sure. Indeed, Glassdoor, Workopolis, even LinkedIn. So leveraging those platforms, and within those platforms like LinkedIn, you're also leveraging that networking ability, which is a very big part of it, because most of the jobs that are out there are not posted. So through networking, that's how you are able to talk to those people that are, in a sense, gatekeepers of opportunities, which um, which will help you, streamline that your job search. And also being part of a professional association is very good, because not only are you getting information about your job and the trends and research that's being done, you're also understanding, you're also getting information on opportunities that are available within your field, because all professional associations, or more than half of them, have job boards that they advertise positions that as they become open. And I know for a fact that with healthcare, we always share our positions with professional associations associated with that trade. And then attending career fairs, employer hosted events, networking events, and even navigating events that are held through immigrant and newcomer societies and communities, or events that are coordinated by, let's say, for instance, the Nigerian Association of Calgary, or events that are organized by diverse and groups such as like Black communities or Black physicians associations of Ontario. So things like that, being able to dig deep into those specific industry associations or community diversity associations, and attending those fairs, those career events, enhancing your network, enhancing your abilities, and talking to people, you get to uncover really, really hidden opportunities that you never even knew existed. And so Simi has already talked about the immigration pathways. So also enhancing on that, so like express entry, provincial nomination programs, temporary work permits, and LMIA processes. So a good thing for you to remember is taking advantage of the fact that Canada's population is diverse and employers are tasked with enhancing diversity within those workspaces. So it is a good time for you to be out there, get yourself out there, and get your name out there and communicate with these people, because diversity is something that, I mean, we tend to not um, okay, ethical recruitment involves being able to prevent bias within the recruitment process. So, in as much as there's diversity and inclusion as something, you can't just assume that somebody is diverse just based on the name. I mean, to an extent you can, but how do you as a recruiter remove the bias from your recruitment process? So it's that ability for you to um, forget about stereotyping, forget about um, stigmatizing and including people in a box, and just being able to go through that recruitment process as bias free as possible, while still paying attention to the fact that you need to diversify and include diversity in your recruitment practices. So I'm going to jump right into the resume tips. How do you tailor your resume, which is a very important skill? And I can't emphasize this enough, because we've run into situations where somebody is good for a job and has sold themselves well, and then they get to the resume and it is a totally opposite of what the person presented. You have to remember this. A resume is it's a document that you're going to use to sell yourself. And you're going to sell yourself in a point where it's going to articulate those soft skills that recruiters or an organization is looking for. So, for example, your ability to communicate in writing, your ability to string sentences together, your ability to pay attention to detail. These are the things that we pick out based on the resume. So you can't just throw a generic resume for a job, and then on the resume it says you're applying to a biosafety officer position, and you're submitting the resume for a nurse position. So like, it doesn't align, and it calls into question your ability to pay attention to detail. So your resume needs to be in a Canadian format. It needs to focus on your skills and accomplishments. We don't need to know to see your photo. We don't need to know your marital status. We don't need to know if you're a permanent resident or a Canadian citizen. We don't need to know your sex, your gender, your ethnicity, all those information that could cause bias within that process. And even to an extent, we don't need to know your address. Like, what we need to know is your name, your certification, your contact information, that's your email and phone number, your transferable skills, your job titles and what you did, your employer, the dates ranges of where you worked in these fields, we need to see a summary of your experience. We also need to see bullet points with intact, accurate, quantifiable information of your achievements, your progress, and pretty much it should give us an idea of who you are as a person and a potential employee. So with this, you need to really, really focus on selling yourself, because your resume is what you want a recruiter to be able to get not a full picture, but more than 70% of who you are as a person in relation to that job that you're applying to. So a recruiter is not going to call you to expand on your resume, because that recruiter is probably receiving 300 resumes, and each person has at least 5 seconds to make that impression based on your resume. So you need to make sure it hits the mark, and it hits that mark without taking us through, twists and turns. So common mistakes to avoid on your resumes. I already talked about some of those issues. You need to proofread your resume to ensure that the grammar and the language is on point. You need to ensure that your resume is not too long. 2 pages, I always say 2 pages is the maximum, unless professions like you're a doctor, you're an academic, and you're a scientist, and you need to really articulate those research and those experiences that you've done, then that's fine. But if you're applying for, let's say, you're applying to a job as a caregiver, and you're submitting a resume of 5 pages, it begs the question, like, okay, how can you clearly and concisely present information without going overboard? And don't include irrelevant experience, as irrelevant experience detracts your resume from what it is. Remember, again, you're competing with over 300 people or 250 people for these positions. So it just needs to go straight to the point. It needs to be tailored to that job. It's You can't use a one-size-fits-all resume unless you're using the same resume you're applying for a nurse position, and you have a resume template for a nurse, and you have a cover letter for a nurse, and then you're using that. But then again, within that nursing position, you have to remember that we're not looking for a generalist nurse. We're looking for maybe a cardio nurse or an ICU nurse. So again, it would be good to tailor that resume to that ICU nursing position you're applying to, which is very, very important, because we're going to have a lot of nurses applying. And if a recruiter cannot narrow down the fact that you've worked in an ICU, they will not have time to call you to get that information from you, because within that pool of 250 applicants, there's going to be 5 or 10 that will clearly articulate that they've worked within the ICU space. And recruitment is something that organizations are actively trying to, make it shorter in terms of KPIs, and improving and enhancing the recruitment process. They're trying to streamline that process to make it easier, faster, or more convenient, things like that. So these things, this encourages. So being able to not call a person until you have to call a person is important, because it helps you bypass some of those unwanted extended processes that push the KPIs to the far extremes, that makes our recruitment processes inefficient. If that explains what I'm trying to put out there. Proofread. So get somebody to look over your resume. Seek professional help, because very, very important. You cannot just rely on your ability alone. You just need a second eye to take a look at that resume for you. Okay, so again, one thing that I also want to emphasize is, with the resume, also remember a cover letter is important. You need to ensure that you have read the job description. You know what you're applying for. All the information about the job is in the job posting. You need to read that job posting to understand how to tailor that resume and that cover letter to that job and to that organization. So very, very important. Have a cover letter, because whatever is missed or you've missed on the resume, the recruiter will refer to the cover letter to try and find it. And cover letters technically showcase your writing skill, and it also puts you in the spot where you can create a story in terms of, like, sell yourself further, who you are and what attracts you to that role and why you're applying to it. So before the interview, research the company and industry. There's nothing as frustrating and disappointing as showing up for an interview and not knowing what the company is, or what the company is about, or even what is happening with the company in the news at that moment. Because in as much as you think it doesn't impact you, it will impact your ability in the role and you in that role. So you being able to understand that and do that research gives you the ability to showcase your enthusiasm for that job, and also come to them with the ability to problem solve. Prepare, prepare, prepare. Practice, practice, practice. I actually had a situation where this person, again, was very good on paper, very good with qualifications and experience. But it came to the point of the interview, the person did not do, like, it wasn't even a good job. The person didn't even prepare at all. And it begged, it called to question like the type of you know, time and process that was wasted with that candidate, because that candidate was a referral and was somebody that was going through like, you know how recruiters refer back to the managers, sell a candidate, and get all these commitments to, let's say, for example, taking a candidate through the recruitment process, to even the point of even paying for the licensing process for the person to get a license. So it was very frustrating in that sense, because it is not just a reflection of you as an interviewer, it's also a reflection of on the recruiter as a person that has brought this candidate forward. So you need to do your homework and prepare. Practice the STAR method. And I cannot enhance this. I just want to really, really harp on this, because a STAR method within a behavioral question helps keep you on track in terms of answering the question. You are going to articulate the situation, the task, the action you took, and the result. And then after the result, you're going to talk about the reflection. What are you going to do moving forward? How has this impacted your ability to perform if given this same scenario a second time? How are you going to learn from this to be able to put it forward into your practice to build yourself? So things like that is something that you need to really, really know the STAR method inside and out, because it will help you stay on track with those answers. It will help you cover all the bases. So you need to exhibit cultural awareness. Some things that you do in Nigeria on in the course of your work might not go in terms of the Canadian standard. So remember ethics, remember your profession and those safeguards in place. Because we run into situations whereby we have certain candidates come into an interview and they talk about situations and scenarios and things that they've done that won't necessarily fit the ethical standards for the Canadian viewpoint, or from a Canadian viewpoint. So cultural awareness, enhancing the diversity of the workforce, also entails that you are somebody that understands the nature of the work you're doing within the Canadian context, which could put you in a space of liability. So we're not cutting corners. We're not jumping hoops. We are going directly through the chain of command. We are following those policies no matter what. We are enhancing the tenets of the profession. And the big point of the work is not doing harm, for instance. And you are putting that first above everything else. So remembering all these little things is very important. And also asking questions. And these questions will go to show the interviewer that you've done the research, you've done your homework, and you are ready to, bring that curiosity and that mindset to the role. So Simi has already touched on this. I just wanted to just give you a little snippet of occupations in demand. So like healthcare, technology, trades, education, logistics. And I did underline early childhood educators here, because this is definitely going to be province specific. And I know in Alberta right now, we have an overload of early childhood educators. But provinces like, let's say, Nova Scotia or BC is still looking for those. So like some of these are province specific. And I did do a little bit of regional insights here as well for you to kind of see where those demands are and how you can tap into that. Again, doing your research is important here. Licensing process for regulated professions. This is very, very important. If you're considering getting a job in Canada, you need to understand what that licensing process for your field looks like, because you need to ensure that your education is, number one, comparable. Your education, number two, fits the requirements and qualifications for licensure. And also your education is good enough for you to be able to write the exam or qualify to write the exam and then practice in Canada. So organizations like WES, ISIS, IQUAS, They do educational assessments, and then Toronto as well, the University of Toronto, I think. All the information is, so you need to, first of all, get the education out there. You don't need to do all your education. You need to just do the education that qualifies you to practice for that profession. For example, you're a nurse, you need to do all the nursing education assessments that allows you to work as a nurse in, let's say, Nigeria. So you need to get that assessed. For example, if maybe you're a data analyst and you want to tap into both the express entry and knowing what your education is, so you can go for maybe like if you have a master's in business administration, you can use that and do the assessment just because. But then if you're an accountant and you want to, let's say, tap into like maybe a CPA or those other things, you'd have to assess that accountancy degree as well. But good thing is, most of these provincial colleges and bodies, they do that educational assessment as part of the licensing, um, process, because those provincial regulatory bodies are the ones that would do that assessment for you. For instance, I know the Medical Council of Canada does the educational credential assessment for people looking to immigrate to Canada as medical professionals. So you have to use them specifically. And then you go on the IRCC website, it will show you those provincial bodies and the corresponding licensing organizations. And then you'd have to write an exam, an assessment exam. So when they give you a document saying that you're eligible for licensure and this education is equivalent, then they give you the steps to write the exam, or national exam or provincial exam, depending on what that licensing organization looks like. And then you also could have some clinical components involved as well once you pass the licensing exam. And then the educational credential assessment could come back and say, oh, maybe you're missing one or two courses, then you have to start looking into bridging programs and to upgrade if necessary. So I was going to go into three different occupations that are in demand in Canada right now, and just kind of show you what those licensing processes looks like. So for instance, okay, sorry here. Okay, for instance, we have the nurses. So for nurses, you have to first get your credential assessed through the National Nursing Assessment Service, NNAS. Good news for nurses, with NNAS, as provinces have decided and understood that the process takes forever. So you can actually start that licensing process directly with some specific provinces. Like Alberta, you can go directly to the Alberta College of Nurses and initiate that licensing process. So you can get your WES, get your IQAS, take it to Alberta College, and then they will initiate that. So you don't necessarily have to go all the way through NNAS. But the reason why people are advised to go through NNAS is because NNAS was going to give you, excuse me, a breakdown of, let's say if you don't qualify as a licensed, a registered nurse, NNAS is going to give you that assessment and say, oh, maybe you qualify as a licensed practical nurse. You can go and start working on the licensed practical nurse registration, which will be the CPNRE. But if you qualify as a registered nurse, then after you get that evaluation from NNAS, you now have to start the second step, which would be provincial registration through the province that is responsible for regulating nursing practice within that province. So like the College of Nurses of Ontario or Alberta CRNA. Some provinces may require a jurisprudence exam or criminal record checks. You have to write the NCLEX RN. So it could be a good time to start practicing and preparing for that, because if you have that and you're going through the interviewing process, it just shows that you're proactive about that. So like if you can put these things on your resume that you have them, it provides an additional it gives you points in a sense. So like it gets you through the process faster than, let's say, someone that is actively going through the process but is applying for jobs. So you need to remember these little tricks. And then if you're a psych nurse, there's a totally different registration and credential evaluation process for the psych nurses. So you have to go to the College of Registered Nurses of Alberta to find that out. I'm not going to talk too much about the physiotherapist and the occupational therapist due to time, but I'm just going to say with physiotherapists and occupational therapists, it's still also a two-step process where you first get your credential evaluated by the Canadian body, which is the Canadian Alliance of Physiotherapists. Once they approve that you can write a competency exam, you study for that, you write the PCE. Once you pass the PCE, this is when employers are technically going to start being interested in you as a person. You can start applying for jobs because once you pass the PCE, you can apply for provincial licensure. But then provisional licensure involves you having a job offer that comes with your ability to be supervised for you to practice, and then you have the ability to write the clinical component, which is a practical skills component of the exam, which you can only do in Canada after you have practiced under supervision for 6 months. So it's kind of like a three-step process where you get your credential evaluated, you work on writing the PCE competency exam, and then you register. But then when you register, you're only having a provisional license. And for you to get a provisional license, you need to have a job that is supported by supervised practice or commitment for supervised practice. And then you can start and then the employer can start the sponsorship process to bring you into Canada. And then once you get into Canada, you practice under that supervision for 6 months, and then you're able to register and challenge and write the clinical component exam. Once you pass that clinical component exam, you have your full independent license to practice. So these are little things that you need to be aware of, because in as much as they are occupations in demand, until you can get to until you can get to pass the physiotherapy competency exam, employers are not necessarily ready to invest in you, because the competency exam is an indicator. Passing the competency exam is an indicator of your ability to pass the clinical component exam. So, and it also shows how proactive you are with regards to getting it done. So you need to remember that. Occupational therapist, another hot and in demand jobs. And I can tell you it's in demand because these are jobs that come with full sponsorship. And right now, I know in Alberta, different we have different postings up on the Alberta Health Services website for these jobs. And I am actually actively working on two positions that come with full-on sponsorship. And when it says full-on sponsorship, it comes with an LMIA, and then you're able to move with your entire family and your dependents. No, wait, not your entire family, your spouse and your dependents, to come and live and work in Canada. But also you need to be aware of those locations and do research into the locations of the jobs are posted, because it could be rural and northern locations, which again, these are the places you want to be because you get to learn a lot really fast. And then you bring those transferable skills back into the urban centers after you've stabilized and established yourself as a leader in your field, and you can just enhance and navigate opportunities everywhere. But then when an LMIA is given for a particular job and location, it is tied to that location and employer. So you have to be wary of that, because as a condition on your work permit, it will be you can only work in a specific location. So if you're looking for new or other positions, you need to ensure that the employer is ready to sponsor your LMIA if you're not a permanent resident then for the new location. So it's always advisable you just steady in that place, get what you need, maybe get your PR, and then you can start moving around as you need. And then you also need to remember what you sign in terms of like relocation and a commitment of service. So these things are usually put down in the fine print so that you can you will not be you'll not be breaking a commitment that you've signed and not be liable for a relocation cost or the employer having to recoup some funds for you based on the fact that you've not kept to the terms of the conditions. So resources for job seekers, government programs, job bank, skills connect for immigrants, specific resources available through different immigrant and newcomers associations. So you have to do your research. Nonprofit organizations like EMGA. EMGA does a lot of work with doctors, Access Employment, Immigrant Services Calgary, online tools like LinkedIn Learning, Coursera for upskilling, support for licensing, Canadian Information Center for International Credentials, CICIC. It will give you all the information you need to be able to navigate supports for the licensing process if you have any questions. And then I'm going to turn it over to a question and answer session. Not sure how we're still doing for time, seems. Can you have it up?
Thank you so much, George, for that comprehensive session. I will take we'll take some questions now. Okay, someone is asking, is the 27.8 after tax or before? I'm guessing this is with relation to the provincial nomination I mentioned. This is before taxes. So your wage, your salary per hour should be starting from at least minimum 27.48 before taxes.
And
Okay.
Sims, I also wanted to add, like with the for the minimum wage, sorry, not minimum wage, for the LMIs for Ontario, the threshold for the low wage, high wage. So anything below $34 is 34.07 is low wage for Ontario. Anything
Okay.
above that is high wage. So
It's
you need to
high.
remember that
Right.
because your job occupation should be able to give you what tier your occupation is. So if you, let's say, have a nursing job that is less than paying you less than 34, then it doesn't align because that is a high tier job occupation with a low wage. So these are little things you need to be aware of. So you
Yeah.
can't just take any job offer you get.
Yeah, so if you're looking to do like the LMI process, job offer, whatever your employer is looking to offer you in Ontario, they have to, and I think we mentioned that increase, like I said, 20% that has been upped, they have to be willing to meet that provincial wage in order for them to even determine whether it's high wage or low wage. If they don't meet whatever that province is given, then it's going to disqualify basically the process. So keep that in mind. The other thing I did want to mention, which is actually a new policy, is for those who are looking to do provincial nomination. As of, I believe that's valid up until December 31st, 2024. I just remembered it. Is you can get a letter of support if your work permit is expiring. You can get a letter of support from your province that would allow you to extend your work permit. Okay, so and that's valid up until December 31st, I believe, 2024. It's a temporary policy. Again, just in line with the fact that the immigration is aware that a lot of international students are currently here and have no means with the current express entry draws, have no means to retain their status or get their PR. So that policy is being extended. So even if you have your work permit expired as of May 7th, you can still apply for this policy. And you have an expression of interest submitted for the province, or you have a nomination, but you can apply for a work permit, a letter of support from the province so that you can include in your work permit extension. Okay. Any questions? Any concerns? Anything you want us, it may not be related to what we've discussed, but maybe we can talk about it next time. But let me know if there's any topics you want us to specifically focus on that we can provide, more information. Okay. Priscilla is asking, as an occupational health and safety physician here in Nigeria, how do I navigate training to be an occupational therapist? I think this is for George. How do I navigate training to be an occupational therapist, considering it's not common here in Nigeria? Can I train and get certification online, like through Allison, Coursera, etc.? You're mute, George.
Sorry. When you say you're an occupational health and safety physician, I'm not assuming, but if I'm hearing you correctly, you're a doctor that is practicing within the occupational health and safety specialty.
And Priscilla, feel free to unmute yourself
Yeah.
and just have a conversation.
How do I navigate training to be an occupational therapist? Okay. So the thing with occupational therapy is that the curriculum and the content of that occupation is pretty broad. It's like regimented. So like if you're going to be submitting an application for licensure, first thing they're going to be asking is what is the educational uh, credential of that you're submitting, and how does it meet and how does it match to the occupational therapy learning curriculum, which a physician's education will not match, because Canada is really specific, and I'm sure all countries as well, specific in terms of like it needs to be comparable or it needs to have similar things. So like it's just like saying like you are a mental health physician and you want to be a psychologist, or you want to get your license to practice as a psychologist. It doesn't work that way. So how can you train and get online certifications? Occupational therapy, and I know this because we've spoken to the organization, certifications will not cut it. When it comes to minimum benchmarks, you need to have a degree in occupational therapy. I know the UK has highlighted this as an issue with terms of like not forcing people to go back all the way to undergrad and do occupational therapy. So they now have master's programs that offer that bridging point where you can do a 2-year pre-registration master's in occupational therapy, and that gives you the foundation from the undergrad program and also adds that master's level foundation as well for you. And this is something that is tailored specifically to people that have no undergrad in occupational therapy. So what I'll suggest you do is really look into the educational credential assessment to know what is considered as equivalent and what is considered as comparable, because it's very
Can I
important.
just can I just clarify maybe in terms of her question? Uh, s- so I do know that Priscilla, because she's one of our clients as well, like she's a medical doctor, right? So in terms of this occupational, because I know you mentioned that you're looking for, people with experience, a package for occupational therapists. They have to, so are you saying for that, if someone were to be interested in that, what would be the ideal requirement for that?
The ideal requirement for someone that's interested in occupational therapy is to first go through the educational credential assessment with the Canadian Alliance of Occupational Therapists and see
So,
where that
sorry.
education
So
blends.
I just want to clarify further. So when you say that, so just being like a regular practitioner, family physician, doctor will not cut it.
It won't, because
Okay.
a doctor is totally different from an occupational therapist.
Right.
And health and safety is part of occupational therapy, but
Mhm.
it is not the, it's not, health and safety is a big ballgame on its own.
Mhm.
And
Yep.
for you as a physician that is already a occupational health and safety physician,
Mhm.
I would rather recommend you look into getting into Canada to practice as a specialty physician in
Mhm.
occupational health and safety, as opposed to considering the occupational health therapy route. But if you're considering the occupational health therapy route, then you need to start with the licensing process to see where that educational credential or what it says concerning educational credential assessment. Because if you can't pass that hurdle, then
Right.
it's going to be problematic for you to be able to get anything.
Okay. Makes sense. Makes sense. Okay. Thank you. And I think she says she totally understands now. Okay. I did get a message privately. Can you study with an open? So, just before I take this question, we do have 5 more minutes just to take all the questions because time is far spent. So if you have any questions, please feel free. You can send it directly to either myself or to George or to any of our admin person, Happiness or Patience. So I will be happy to take that. So Adijake is asking, can you study with an open work permit? Someone I know is taking a PSW course in one of these private colleges, so you could work as a PSW. Yes, so if you have an open work permit, some of these private colleges don't require, especially if it's a program that is less than 6 months. You don't need a study permit for that. You only need a study permit if you're looking to study for a program of 8 months and above. So if you have an open work permit, you can definitely do that just because you want to pivot, right, into the in-demand occupations. So if you want to go ahead and do that PSW in one of those private colleges, you can go ahead and do that so that you can um be able to pivot successfully once you're done. I hope that answers your question, Adijoke. Okay, any more questions before we call it a wrap?
I also wanted to add
Mhm.
that when it comes to applying for jobs and getting a job that offers sponsorship, I totally understand that it is getting tricky and difficult out there right now. But in a sense, if you if an employer or if a recruiter really gets to see your what you bring to the table, they will pull all the stops. And I'm telling you this because we are currently in a space where we have to justify all the people that we intend to sponsor. And in terms of justification, it means we have to articulate clearly that we could not find a Canadian citizen or a permanent resident to do the job, or even somebody on Canadian citizen or permanent resident. But then you having this information now, you kind of see how hard it is right there out there right now for even like somebody on a post-study visa or permit, postgraduate work permit is feeling. So you have to prepare yourself and package yourself very well. And with that comes putting your best foot forward, um, taking all those opportunities and just putting that first impression off the jump. And also being as professional as you can throughout that process, because sometimes it might get all the way to the end and we don't ask people for their legal working status. I mean, with my organization, Alberta Health Services, we don't ask for their legal working status all the way until we reach the point where we're ready to offer a job. But then within those platforms, it does ask you indicate what your status is, or let's say if you require sponsorship. And sometimes managers might not look at that. So you might sneak in all the way to the end. And then you get to the point where you just like tell the manager, oh, I need sponsorship. And then the person is like, oh, okay. And sometimes they ghost people. Sometimes they tell you straight up that they can't sponsor you. But it's just being able to to be straight up about that process and with your expectations in terms of like it could go either way. You could meet somebody that you say yourself very well, and they will be okay. Let's bring this person. Let's pull out all the stops and get this person here. But with these jobs that are in high demand, you have a higher chance of getting sponsored, and with that, it entails you ensuring that that package is complete and 100% from the jump. So that's something that you need to remember. And you have to keep applying. And you never know. You never know which one's going to hit.
So let me ask this also in case people are wondering. I know you mentioned again. Can you just specify again those job boards that people can look at to secure jobs opportunities in Canada? And is there a strategy or some kind of a trick in how, as a foreign national, when you're
Mm,
looking to apply for a job, just to specify that again
yeah.
in Canada?
Um, I know from my conversations with people I know, I tell people to always keep a document, a track record of what you've applied to, when you've applied, and what the role is and what the company is. That way, you're able to keep track of these things as they trickle in, because you can get into a cycle of applying to 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, and you can lose track. And you don't want to show whereby when somebody finally calls you back, you're just, a cut off guard. So job bank, very important, because I'll say 99.9% of the jobs on job bank are either ready and willing to sponsor, or they're just advertising just because they just wanted a platform to advertise. So you need to utilize that, because at the end of the day, the job bank advertisement is tied to the LMIA process. So IRCC pulls from that when the employer is submitting the LMIA. So job bank is a very important one. And then when you see a job on job bank, okay, you've taken a look at the job, you refer back, take out the name, take out the company, go directly to the company's webpage and see if the job is posted on the careers page. If the job is not posted on the company's careers page, still apply on job bank and actively start networking in terms of LinkedIn. Okay, how can you find who the recruiter is? How can you find someone in that company that can, put in a, you know, give you some tips or answer some of your questions? I always say when you approach LinkedIn, always approach it from a perspective of curiosity. Oh, I saw this job. I would like to have a conversation about how my career fits, or my skills and experience fits, and also just ask some questions about what your company is currently doing in the media or how it impacts you. It just shows some sort of genuine curiosity, which if that person does not know or is not the person that's hiring, they could connect you with that recruiter. And LinkedIn is a big one with that. Glassdoor, Workopolis, Indeed, all these websites, they do scrape jobs from employer websites. So you need to be able to network and put yourself in that space where you can get to talk to a recruiter. And something that I used to do back in the day was calling those companies directly, asking to talk to somebody from the human resources, and just saying, hey, I applied to this job and I would like to know this, and that, or I would like to talk to somebody about the role. And half of the time, that call usually goes to a human resources professional or the recruiter directly. And there in that moment, they're going to pull you up on their ATS system and see. And you might be lucky. They will say, okay, sure, answer your questions, and then put you to the next step, which will be the screening. So pulling up all the stops is something that I always recommend. And it's very, very important that you follow through, because sometimes they may be overloaded and they just don't have the chance. But then seeing that initiative on your part could kickstart, skyrocket you to through that process. Simon, we can't hear you.
Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, George, for that. And I hope you found everything that you were hoping to get from this webinar. If not, if you like more specific things, either send us an email at admin@citadelglobalagency.com. If you want more information with regards to some of the tips and tricks with regards to, George's presentation, send us an email and we can link you up if needed, or share some of the resources that he thinks will be beneficial for you. Above all, it's the season of proactiveness. It's the season for aggression. If you're looking to come to Canada, you'll have to be ready to put whatever it means, whatever it takes for you to succeed in your goal, especially for my international students. I'm very passionate I'm so passionate with those guys, because I know you guys spend a lot of money to come here, and just to make sure that you guys don't fall through the cracks, you don't go back home empty-handed, you'll have something that is working for you. I'm very, very passionate with my international students. So please and please get the information that you need. Get out there, know what's out there, know the resources that are available to help you to secure that role, that job, that PR, whatever it is, do whatever it needs to, you need to do, but legally speaking, okay, to get yourself to that end goal. And don't be afraid to move. If you have to move either location, if you have to change careers, pivot, just do whatever you need to. It's only a short time. The goal, have in mind the goal at the end of the day, right? That's what you want to have the goal in mind when you're looking at the end goal in mind when you're looking at all of this, okay? So thank you, everybody. I hope you have a lovely Christmas. We're going into a new month, December. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to everybody. Thank you all for joining. And to that, we'll see you next time. Bye.
Bye, everyone.